not afraid no more. The Father bless me with the heart of a lion and a warrior soul. So no weapon that form against I shall not prevail. And no man that rise against I, that war they shall never win. Cause I will conquer, oh I will conquer, yes I will conquer them. Come on, let's conquer, oh I will conquer, rise up and conquer them. Tell them no retreat, no surrender. I shall fight till the end of days. I was born as a Makai warrior, and the Almighty God my blade. Fire burn all Satan carrier. Father loose all shackles and chain. This morning first thing as I wake up, King David turn some to the brain. Don't let your courage go down, keep it up. And if your heart rip up and stitch it up, don't let your faith them fall, pick it up. When my cup was empty, God fill it up. Don't take the devil contract, rip it up. And if your bad mind people to go meet it up, pass me the Congo drum and let me beat it up. God on my side, me no give it up. So no weapon that form against I shall not prevail. No man that rise against I, that war they shall never win. Cause I will conquer, oh I will conquer, yes I will conquer them. Come on, let's conquer, oh I will conquer, rise up and conquer them. Thank you, Father. I want to say thank you, Lord. You are everything, Father. Thank you. Father, you alone shall guide me. No man shall lead my path. In the wind I hear your quiet whispers, and you heal my broken heart. Even some of my friends turn enemies, and they pray for right to feel. And remember you gave us your only begotten son, but we gave him the wound of lies. Send down your warriors with the hello. They carry down to the end of days. No matter how the devil try trick me, unto you my soul I will give. Father, I know this time is coming. I can see the high tide raise. Without you there is no other. Could it be that we decide? No weapon that form against us shall not prevail. No man that rise against us, that war they shall never win. Because I will conquer, oh I will conquer, yes I will conquer them. Come on, let's conquer, oh I will conquer, rise up and conquer them. I am a man, I am a champion, I am a warrior. So who are you to tell me that I cannot make? Who are you to tell me that I am not the greatest thing that God ever created?
Good morning, Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique. You're listening to Hard Talk Grenada. A very special good morning to those of you joining us on the various radio stations, 97.5 CitysoundFM, 89.5 CRFM, 91.9 and 91.5 RealFM Radio, 92.9 Sister Al Radio Broadcasting from Hillsborough, Carriacou, and 94.9, that's We Noise Radio out there in Brooklyn, New York. A very special good morning to those of you joining us on the live video stream, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, wherever you are joining us from. A very special good morning to you. It is a very, very rainy morning this morning, but of course we are glad to be here and happy to be alive nonetheless. Now, with me in studio this morning, I have a very special guest that goes by the name of Mrs. Anne David Antwine. Former parliamentarian, former minister, and is now doing her civic duty as chairperson of the Sickle Cell Association of Grenada. And this morning, that will be the focus of our conversation. We will be speaking about sickle cell anemia, what the association does. We would also be speaking about the effects of COVID-19 on a sickler, which I think is the term for a person suffering with sickle cell anemia. And of course, why it is so very important for these individuals to be vaccinated at this time. So good morning to you, Mrs. Antoine.
Good morning to you and good morning to all of your listeners on whatever platforms they may be this morning. It's great to be here and to be able to join in this conversation and to greet everyone.
And it is great to have you as well. It is great. So let's just jump straight into it because time does fly away from us very quickly. We want to start by talking about or getting a little backstory on the Sickle Cell Association of Grenada, you know, when it was founded and what its purpose is.
Okay. The Sickle Cell Association of Grenada, commonly known as SCAG, Sickle Cell Association of Grenada, started in 2006 when I was sitting in a different place to which you've already mentioned. As the minister, I was the Minister of Health then, and I was aware of somebody who had returned, a Grenadian returned from England, who was a specialist in that area as a nurse. And there was a lady here who was a grandmother of a child who was a sickler. So they came together in the office that I was, we discussed it, and the association was born at that time in 2006 and has been functioning since then with volunteers. Unfortunately, that lady has passed to the great beyond, but other volunteers have carried on the work and we have been doing it. And then I was asked when I moved out into civilian life, as my grandmother used to say, I was asked to be the president. Well, I was voted in because, of course, there has to be an elections at the General Council. And so that's how I became the president and have been. Well, it's really the chairman according to the Constitution, but everybody says the president. Yeah. So here we are.
All right. Now tell us a little bit about the association and what it seeks to do.
Okay. The purpose of the association is to inform, to educate, and to support persons, not just those who already know they are sicklers, but all members of the general population so that people can make wise choices about their reproductive health, so that they can make wise choices about their day-to-day living and existence, whether that has to be with their diet, it has to do with their medication, it has to do with their life in general, or to support families so that they can care with the love and respect that they have for persons in their families who may be diagnosed as having sickle cell. And in so doing, the Sickle Cell Association works collaboratively, of course, with the Ministry of Health, the Government of Grenada, St. George's University, pharmacies, laboratories that do testing, and all other persons, lay persons, nurses, doctors, everyone is invited or can come along. We do have a Facebook page where all of the information and the day-to-day activities of the association, all of that is on there, and people generally would go on there and make contact or call and so on. We did have an office at one time that was open almost every day of the week. We do not have an office now, but we have an office space where we have our meetings, and we do have a telephone that people can call. Somebody has the phone 24 hours a day, so people can call in and give advice, ask questions, seek information, and everything else that they would need to know.
All right. Now, what or does the Sickle Cell Association identify with the sickler community in terms of understanding how many persons we have or how many sicklers we have currently in the state of Grenada, and what kind of curative care they need, and how does the association assist in providing that kind of care?
Okay. People would generally say at the moment we do a lot of work with the younger persons, children up to the age of 18, because we do run 2 clinics, voluntary clinics, together with the doctors from the Ministry of Health, one clinic in St. Andrews and one in St. George's at the health center. And each clinic is a monthly clinic, and it is staffed by pediatricians and nurses who are volunteers with the Sickle Cell Association, and they will visit the clients at home. They would visit them if they have to be hospitalized. They're on call to them 24 hours a day to answer any questions. Okay. The association itself has also worked with the Ministry of Health to ensure that we have in Grenada neonatal testing.
Right.
It's always been the practice that ladies who are pregnant, when they go forward for the maternity care, that they are tested to see whether they have sickle cell trait or whether they are sicklers themselves. Mm-hmm. And of course, if they are, then their partners would be invited to be tested. Mm-hmm. But right now we have neonatal testing, so all babies born in the state of Grenada, which includes Carriacou and Petit Martinique, right, are tested, so that very, very early in life, parents would get to know the status of their babies, their children.
All right. Now, I want us to stick a pin right there and start talking about this, because that is actually a big topic on its own. Mm-hmm. I know often, especially here in Grenada, it is not the practice of young people to know their status as it relates to having the sickler gene. Mm-hmm. And we understand that in order for a sickler to be born, both parents must carry the gene.
That's right.
Sometimes we go and we just procreate. We just procreate with no planning and things like that. What would be your advice to young people, just young people engaged in sexual activity? Because nobody goes out there just planning to get pregnant, but at least once you are having sex, that is a possibility. So there's a decision, or a lot of decisions, that need to be made once you become sexually active, this being one of them, that the person that you are involved with knows their status as it relates to the sickle cell gene, and you yourself knowing your status as it relates to the sickle cell gene. So what would be your advice to young people, especially concerning that?
Well, I think it starts even before one starts to engage in sexual activity. Once mm-hmm. people get to the age of 18 and they have the choice to do whatever, then of course it is important that they do know all of the various things to which they can pass on to children when the time comes, whether they are married or unmarried or whatever their situation is at the time. Mm-hmm. We often go out into the clinics, into the areas. We have health fairs and so, where we would do testing for people. What we would do is draw the blood, and of course we have a laboratory that we work with, and all of the testing, and the Sickle Cell Association would pay for those tests. And often places like T.A. Marshall Community College we have engaged people in 1 or 2 schools, but it always has to be with the parents' consent if the children are not of the age to give their consent. Mm-hmm. And as I'm saying, as you have said, once somebody starts to engage in sexual activity, we want that to happen before, so that they do know. And the advice is not really to tell people to do this or not to do this. The advice is to give people the information so that they can make informed choices about their life and their life situation. Because as you have rightly said, in order for a child, any one of us, to be a sickler or to have sickle cell trait, both parents must be carrying the sickle cell trait or gene. Mm-hmm. So it has to be mother or father. In the state of Grenada, the statistics show that 1 in 10 persons actually carry the trait. Mm-hmm. So the possibility of anybody having, and if 1 in 10 carries the trait, so when you have 2 people, every child has a 25% chance. You cannot say, well, okay, I have the first child and my first child has a sickle cell disease, so that's okay, I can have 20 now because it doesn't matter. No, there's a possibility of 25% in every pregnancy that one has. In addition, of course, if the mother is a sickler, then the strain on her body, having a lot of children, is great. And also there is a possibility that sometimes if one person has a trait and maybe the family of the other side doesn't fully understand, then there's all the blame game and all of that goes on. Who's responsible that my grandchild is sick and all those sorts of things. So it calls for a lot of education, a lot of information, a lot of looking at appropriate material, talking to people who can advise appropriately about the situation. And I must say the responses have been pretty good. When people people usually open their eyes very wide when they hear about the incidence of trait. But we have to remember that sickle cell disease and sickle cell trait are different.
Right.
When you have a sickle cell trait, you are well. You don't show any signs. If you have sickle cell disease, well, that's a completely different picture.
Right.
When you have if you have the disease, then the possibility of all kinds of complications. Because with sickle, remember, sickle is a kind of a shape. Normally, your red blood cells are red. If it's sickle cell trait, then your red blood cells are shaped like a sickle.
Like a sickle.
Like a sickle.
Kind of
yes?
like a half.
That's right. That's right.
Thing.
Yes.
Right. Now, when we're speaking about care, well, before we get into care, what are some of the long-term effects that sickle cell can have on a person suffering with the disease?
Okay. You may have heard, and people would have heard of the word crisis in sickle, which means that people have a lot of pain. And the reason they have the pain is because the blood cells cannot flow through the blood vessels as freely because of their shape. So they get clogged in together in kind of little blocks, and then blood vessels can get obstructed in any part of the body.
Right.
So you can have a stroke. It affects your lungs, can affect your kidneys, it can affect every single part of your body, your joints and everything. And one of the ones that is very, very distressing for teenage and sicklers and other persons would be leg ulcers, because the flow of blood is not good in those veins. And I have personally experienced a young woman, pretty young woman, she was very able, very capable, asking us to ask a doctor to have her leg amputated because the ulcer was so distressing to her and so painful. So that is the kind of thing that people would experience. Also, sometimes people don't grow and look as healthy as their colleagues in the classroom and so on. So you can have people kind of making fun of them or that kind of thing. So the more information that is given, the more children know about their colleagues in classrooms and so on, the more help and support. And when we have been in consultations with schools and we have visited them, we have seen that is something very real, that people kind of move together to support and just to treat the other children, everybody treated in an equal way, and the support is there. And children have done extremely, extremely well in the education system. One of the other things that is very distressing sometimes to people, because of talking again about blood flow and so, there's a situation with men where they can have extremely painful erections that do not subside, and so they end up going to hospital and all of that. So it is very important that sicklers have support. They see their doctors regularly. They attend the clinics which are available to them. They make sure they're not dehydrated, so they're drinking plenty of fluids, and that the diet is appropriate, and they do not expose themselves to extreme heat or extreme cold.
Oh, okay. Now, I had a friend, she's still here. So I have a friend who is a sickler. I remember visiting her often at hospital, and she often had to get blood transfusions. And I never really understood why there was such a need for her to get a blood transfusion so often. And also she would have to, and in most cases the body would reject the blood. Why is it necessary for them to have these transfusions? I know recently we had the International Blood Donation drive, encouraging persons to donate blood to the blood banks. So why is it important for these persons to have these blood transfusions, of course tying into why it's also important for us to donate?
Right. Well, it's not always that every time somebody goes into hospital, they go for a blood transfusion if you're a sickler. It really depends on the level of your hemoglobin, whether the doctors decide. But of course, because the blood cells are not properly shaped, of course, they die a lot earlier than the normal length of regular blood cells. So, of course, the hemoglobin tends to be low. And of course, because they have all those various other conditions that they may develop, all of those things. So it's really on a case-to-case medical situation. And also, there are medications now that are prescribed and that sicklers would take that would help them to remain stronger and fitter. so that their lifespan and their quality of life is a lot better than it used to be.
Okay. And what sorts of curative care can well, not really curative, but what care can one give to themselves? What do they need to do as a sickler to help with the quality of their life?
Okay. Well, as I've said before, they need to do not expose themselves to extreme cold, extreme heat. Make sure they never get dehydrated. They always have water and that they are drinking, that the diet is appropriate and adequate. And the diet is very much everything that we would say is a healthy diet. Keep your immune system up. That they would go to the preventative clinic so that they can have that checked out. And also that they have the love and support that they would get from their relatives and their friends. Those are very, very important in order to support them as they go along. And whatever medication is prescribed for them, that it is taken appropriately and at the times prescribed. And the Sickle Cell Association comes into there because it does help on a case-to-case basis with the medication that families may need.
Okay. Now, if one wanted to become a volunteer within your organization, what areas would be available for volunteering?
Okay. One would be administrative, it would be medical, it could be nursing, for example, helping in the clinics, going out when we are doing a drive, a testing drive. It would be giving information. There are times of the year when we may be outside supermarkets, because we couldn't do it in 2020, giving out information and answering questions. There's always the need for fundraising, because all the Sickle Cell Association is a voluntary organization, and it is run purely on donations and any fundraising that the organization itself does. The government of Grenada, of course, works with the Sickle Cell Association with staffing from the clinics, where you have the doctors in the clinic, because they are employees of the Ministry of Health. But when it comes to the day-to-day work, that is all on volunteering. And really just to be a member and to be a support part, because there's always administrative work to be done.
Right.
And we would really want to encourage people. Right now we are a small band of people because everybody seems to be so busy and tied up. And just also the psychological support. One doesn't have to be out there, but you can hold the phone for a day. You can somebody call in. You can check up on the sicklers to see how they're doing. Check on the families, see what their needs are, and all those things. So right now we are preparing for our annual general meeting 2021. It's going to be on the 27th of July, and there's a lot of administrative work to be done there. So just call and visit the Facebook page. The number, nobody would remember it, but it's on the Facebook page. It's 438-6399, or just leave a message and there will be a response. We've had people calling in as far as the United Kingdom and all over the world, because they have seen on the Facebook page the work that is done in Grenada. We've had one international conference. We have been involved in research projects that will be seen the world over, and various other things of that nature. We often respond to requests, questions from people far and wide about what is happening in Grenada, and people are astonished as to how much goes on in Grenada for sicklers. You asked me earlier about numbers, and I can tell you the organization, it's voluntary for people to register if you're a sickler or even if you have a trait. But we do know at this time, with the registers that we keep, we know that we have registered, there may be many, many more, but we have registered 140 young persons under the age of 18 who are active sicklers, not trait, sicklers. We do not know how many adults there are, but work is in progress at this time in conjunction with the Ministry of Health and St. George's University to set up an adult clinic where adults can come, because one of the advantages of having those clinics and doing the preventative work is that hospitalization drop quite dramatically, because prevention is always better than cure.
Absolutely.
And the pain levels that people have people have said that it is less because as soon as they feel it coming on, they would know what to do. They would need to call somebody. They would work. When they get to the hospital, the doctors and the nursing staff are very much more aware, so that they are not sitting waiting while other people are seen, but they are attended to. And their pain is taken as well, real pain, not because you don't have a cut or nobody can see a bruise, that you don't have a pain. So the kind of level of treatment and care that they are getting is very, very good here in the state.
Now, when and we're speaking about numbers within the state of Grenada. Now that the association, in collaboration with the government, is trying to identify from birth individuals who are sicklers, there are still individuals living with the disease that are unaware, but not only the disease, but adults living with the trait that are unaware. And of course, the hope is to minimize the amount of sicklers that are born into, you can't tell people how to procreate if they want to procreate, but at least they must know the risk involved in them getting together and procreating. Is there in the near future, are we going to see some aggressive drive going forward in encouraging people and making avenues available for individuals to go out there and get tested to see if they do carry the trait?
Okay. Well, the possibilities are there. The Sickle Cell Association does as much as it can. Last year, and even during COVID and the year before, we did quite a lot of testing. We would go out to different sites when health fairs were being held. We would set up our own and get people tested, and the Sickle Cell Association would pay for those. But individuals in their preparation for marriage or close friendships, whatever they decide to do, they have the option to go to any laboratory and ask for a sickle cell test, and that would be part of their preparation for life, for marriage, for partnerships, whatever the situation is. We just want people to know their status so that they can make informed decisions. There's a young couple that stick out in my mind because the young man is a sickler. He knows he has sickle cell disease. He was about to get married, and the fiancé came with him, and they were tested just to be sure what her status was, and so they know. And we are encouraging him that all the young men that he moves around with and that are friends in his church and other places to let them know. And in the past, we've sent out letters to various denominations asking them when they are doing their preparation for marriage, that is something. The whole health status is one of the things that should come in. The spiritual side is extremely important, and partnerships, but the physical side, because sometimes what happens there can be a cause of a lot of rivalry and distress and distrust and what have you within the marriage.
Absolutely. Now, I was reading an article that indicated that the CDC, which is the Center for Disease Control in the United States of America, said that among all of the medical conditions with a very high or severe risk, sickle cell anemia falls into that place. And it took me back to a conversation that I had with a good doctor a few months ago, where we spoke about COVID-19 and what COVID-19 does, and him explaining to us that COVID-19 in an unvaccinated individual is detrimental in itself because it hijacks your cells. What does this mean for an individual who is already so immunocompromised by having sickle cell anemia? They're functioning on basically half a cell. Now to have COVID-19 that hijacks the half that you have, what does that mean for that person?
Well, it's extremely dangerous because, as you said, their blood cells are not what it should be, and this whole situation and compromise. So we have had discussions with the Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health, Grenada, in addition to all that the CDC has said. And our advice from the Sickle Cell Association, which comes directly from the Ministry of Health, is that sicklers, because of their compromised situation, are especially at risk. And so they need to take the opportunity to be vaccinated. Of course, like everybody else who has any kind of medical condition, to make that known to the vaccination team, to your general practitioner, to your doctor, your health provider. But the advice is not to stay away and say, oh, I'm a sickler, I'm not going to be vaccinated, because you have to remember that if one is affected by the COVID vaccine as a sickler and it affects your lungs, you can imagine that your situation would be dire. There's a word I really don't want to mention, but it also starts with a D.
Yes.
You know, one has to take that and be careful. So that is another way of looking after one's self and one's already compromised health.
Now, in terms of vaccination, we were advising that these individuals, in the same article that I read, the CDC also recommended that they approve one of the vaccinations in the U.S. for emergency use in patients that are 16 years and older, because they understand the effects that COVID-19 can have on a person with sickle cell anemia. But in terms of vaccination in itself, we're saying that it is safe for a person with sickle cell anemia to get vaccinated, and advisable that they do as soon as is possible.
Right. In the state of Grenada, vaccination starts at the age of 18 right now. So consequently, people over 18 are the ones that we are advising to go forward. But we are saying to parents and to keep their eyes open, keep their ears open. And of course, the clinics would advise you when the children come to because children are rostered into the clinic, the preventative clinics, and they will be advised then. The information will be put out on our Facebook page, and people can always call in and ask. But at this time, anyone over 18 who is a sickler is strongly advised to be vaccinated and to let your medical practitioner know, because sometimes people are still kind of embarrassed. Some people are hypertensive and they don't want anybody to know. They may have diabetes, they don't want anybody to know. They have a leg ulcer, they don't want anybody to know. They get sick, they don't want anybody to visit them, and that is their right, so to speak, and their dignity has to be looked at. But once you have a condition and you're going forward for vaccination, then you need to let them know. You're often asked, in fact.
Yes, you are.
So don't keep it a secret. Because it has happened to me in the past, not here, but in my active working life before. I was actually in a clinic in vaccination. It was in the United Kingdom, and you go through different stages. You see the administrator who takes all your details. You see the nurse. You go into the other nurse, and so on. And the lady got right into the room before she said to the person what her child's medical status was. And they said, but you didn't say that, it's not written on. She said, well, they asked me about my history, and history is something that happened a long time ago. So sometimes we have to be careful about the kind of language that we use to people, so that they know we want to know now whether you have a cold, whether you have flu, whether you are sickler, whatever your situation is. It's not history, it's what is happening to you up to the minute you get here this morning. So that is something that is important to know.
You know, it's quite interesting that we're speaking about sicklers and vaccination, because very often we say here on this program that vaccination is not just for the people who choose to. It is not just. I think it goes more. It goes past a right, and I say this because, as you mentioned, and as we know, the vaccine is not available for children.
At this time.
But there are a lot of children living with sickle cell. And that is why I often say, when you get vaccinated, you're not just getting vaccinated for you, but you're getting vaccinated for the people who are unable to, but need you to get vaccinated to protect them.
To protect them, absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
We're speaking about children, and not just children that suffer with only sickle cell, but sickle cell is something that is inherited. You're born with that. what about the lifestyle diseases that come along the way? Things like diabetes in children and pre-diabetes in children and hypertension and other autoimmune diseases that they suffer with, as well as suffering with, you know, some people don't wear their medical history on their sleeve. You can't just look at an individual and say, hey, that person's sick, man. You know, sometimes it's something that is so well managed that they look as healthy or even healthier than you do. But it is just so risky for some people to even just catch a simple cold, you know? And that's why we often say when you get vaccinated, it's not just for you. You're not just exercising your own right to get vaccinated, but you're helping someone who is unable to exercise their own right to get vaccinated as well. You're protecting a populace of children who cannot get vaccinated, but when the virus does come around, at least we know they're protected enough to either not catch it or not get sick enough to die.
That's right. And not just children. I mean, there are a number of adults who are sicklers, who may have various other conditions and situations or whatever their situation is that may not be able to do so. There are elderly people and, you know, because we have sicklers in Grenada who are well into their 70s. And so it's not a death sentence. So that's why the environment around them needs to be a preventative hubble, so to speak, in order to ensure that they are staying safe and the efforts that they are making to cope with the situation in which they were born, that those efforts are not going to be in vain because I refuse to have a COVID vaccine or somebody else refuses to have a COVID vaccine. Somebody who has no reason, well, no
medically.
I would say no reason that I can understand, because obviously they will understand the reason themselves. There's no reason that I can understand why would choose not to have a vaccine while at the same time you're putting somebody else's life, maybe more than one person, at risk.
Right.
Because the child who has sickle cell and that you put at risk may then have a grandmother and a great-grandmother at home who cannot get out, who have not been vaccinated for whatever reason. And so you could be affecting a whole generation of people just by your action of exercising what we would like to call your right.
Yeah, you know, we have the common notion that, you know, COVID doesn't affect children. They'll bounce back. They'll be fine. But not, and I think it's only parents and people in close relation to children with these kind of autoimmune diseases and lifestyle diseases and inherited diseases that understand really why it's so important and who talk about it and who, even in the midst of doubt, would not second guess getting vaccinated, so that these people can at least have you know, they spoke about the Delta version and how much more serious it is than all of the other variants that they have seen. But not just serious in terms of how quickly it spreads or how it affects one's person, but how badly it affects children in particular. So can you imagine a variant that now affects children in a child that is already so immunocompromised, a child who has no other option because that child can't get vaccinated. You know, so we always preach and we always say to individuals that, yes, we know people have doubts and they have reservations on vaccines and you're listening. You know, this morning I was coming up on the bus and there was a gentleman sitting next to me and I was a little annoyed because I feel like sometimes when we hear things, we don't fact check, we don't we ain't bothered by if it's true or not, but it fits our narrative, so we just sell it as we buy it. And I was wearing my mask. He had no mask on whatsoever, sitting next to me in the bus, and he decided to lean over and say to me, you must get a proper mask, eh? So I said to him, I don't understand what you're saying. He said, well, the cloth mask is a better mask. So I asked him, I said, but where is your mask? He said, I ain't get a good mask yet. So then he moved now to show me this video, apparently of some somebody saying that surgical masks are not good to wear and something along those lines. And I was a little annoyed because not just because of him trying to force upon me an opinion, but also he himself was not wearing a mask, and that made me very uncomfortable. It made me very uncomfortable. But it just goes to show that some people, just to suit their own feeling, would just tell you anything, would just believe anything. You know, even if that thing that they believe makes no sense.
Or sometimes I think they even feel uncomfortable themselves in the kind of the feeling that they have. So they feel it necessary to share it to other people because they themselves are not comfortable with it. And, you know, it's kind of, you know, I have been in a bus once, a couple of weeks ago, and somebody came on and I refused to. I said, "You're not coming and sit here with no mask." So he got off the bus and then he went outside. He had his mask in his bag. He put it on. And then a young lady came in and he said to her, "You better not go and sit down by Tanti. She don't want people with masks for her." But the young lady had her mask, so she put it on. So I just said to him, I said, "It's no wonder people are saying that young ladies are leading you gentlemen."
Yeah.
He didn't have a word to say after that.
It's absolutely true. Mrs. Entwine, it's a lot of information to take in, and I think it's important for us to start speaking, even at a school level, because I don't think that there is enough information out there for the younger generation, those that are in school, because whether we want to believe it or want to accept it or not, young people are sexually active. They are engaged in sexual practices. And with that comes the risk of reproduction. You know, it's already difficult being a teenager pregnant, to have a sick child being born into your care. You know, so the more parents that can get their children, their teenagers, their young children tested, you don't even have to feel like maybe they have a trait, but just to be sure, so that they themselves know that when they get older and they start engaging in sexual activities, that they know that this is, you know, in countries like Africa and so on, these are things that people do before they start engaging in these well, by the time they get into a relationship, that's what they do. They test for these things just to be sure that they know what the risk is.
Well, now we have neonatal testing in Grenada. In about 12, 13 years, because it started about 3 years ago, every child would have been tested because they would have been tested at birth. So automatically, everybody in Grenada. But in those 13 years, those who were born before neonatal testing started, that's the cohort of people that we need to be getting at. And of course, the information, I said we're trying to give to parents, we are trying to get into schools, we are sending information and so on. But you need more hands on deck. You need more foot soldiers. And there are so many things, so much to tell people, so many avenues, so many areas of life to address that sometimes it's kind of difficult. But I just, at this point, want to really congratulate the Ministry of Education and the Minister on the Values Program that's being launched, which of course has to do with health and family life and so on. So it is our hope that all of those areas, including the business about etiquette and behavior and sexuality and all of those things, would form part of this whole program, so that various areas such as conditions and diseases and inherited diseases and so on that can come about because, you know, because that's the way nature is, that kind of information will be available to persons so that they can make their informed decisions about things. So people may look at the values-based education system as being just about etiquette, but when you look at the whole spectrum and the wide picture, it takes in all of those areas, maybe not directly stated as such, but the whole curriculum. When you come to diseases and conditions and sexuality, all of those would be, I hope, would be part of it. Right.
And so it's important that we reach these people, these individuals, outside of that 3-year period.
That's right.
That 13 years before, so that they can get tested because these are the people who are procreating.
Procreating right at this
these
time.
are the individuals who are
that's right,
procreating, and this is what we want to ensure that we have a handle on. You know, because it can become a burden to the health system.
Yes.
Persons having to deal with whatever the issue is that they experience at the time, you know, and having to need blood transfusions and hospital care and so on. It definitely can become a burden on the system, and especially due to the fact that in some cases we make reckless decisions, and then at the end of the day we expect people to deal with them for us, you know. So we need to put more information out there, better planning, encourage people.
We need to have, I mean, nothing can happen unless the population is healthy.
Yes.
The burden will be on the health system and the carers and those at the forefront, doctors, nurses, volunteers, other people. But the individual, if you're not a well person, you cannot be as fully productive as you would like to be. If you have sickle, it is very difficult to get employment because employers need to have their businesses
right
and producing and making a profit in order to provide employment and so on.
Right.
And if you are somebody, you can't afford to employ out of every 20 people, 10 people who are sick. Because their condition, no matter how empathetic you may be, it is difficult for them. We have some very, very good employers, and we have actually given plaques and recognized one or two employers like IGA and so, who have been very good to the employees that they have, who are sickle cell and been supportive of them. But we do not have that everywhere.
Okay.
So when we have recognized that, one of the things Sickle Cell Association has done in the past is we've held a workshop for young persons who are out of the education system, who are sickle cells, have sickle cell disease, to show them how to start a business,
right?
So that they can do whatever it is that is presently a hobby to them. It may be sewing in one case, it would have been embroidery, whatever, so that they can be their own employer and support their own family situation and support themselves.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We have a little voice note that we want to play at this time. So guys, just tune in and listen, and then we will be back with more conversation.
I'm 29 years of age. I suffer from sickle cell disease, sickle cell type SS. So I would like to encourage those of us living with the disease to get vaccinated, because I believe it's the best form of protection out there for us, and we stand a chance of surviving if we happen to catch a disease. I took the vaccine, and for me, I had no side effects. It didn't affect me in any way. It didn't unbug me or give me any crisis or anything like that. So I believe it's the best thing for us to do. But for me, living with the disease itself is not easy. The crisis, the pain must be hard. Having to live on medication every day for life. And for me, it's very difficult, because for me, it's hard to get a job. So I'm just at home. I get support from family and friends in terms of getting medication, but I don't let it worry me. I don't let it bother me. I try to live with it, try not to worry, try not to stress. But I know it's not nice having to live with the disease, but it's okay. I cope by the grace of God. I have faith in God. I believe in God. And I believe with God all things are possible. And yeah, basically that is it. God first, and have the faith to believe that one day things will get better. But for now, I would say the best thing to do is to get
Hi, I am Jed Cadet, President of the new National Party Youth Arm. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of our lives. It has disrupted our education, taking away the personal touch of classroom learning. It has displaced our brothers, sisters, as well as friends economically, and our social lives have been curtailed significantly. The truth is, we want our life back. We want to return to the days where we can hug each other again. We want to return to the days where we can socialize together again. Hence, I want to encourage you to roll up your sleeve and get vaccinated. Every shot brings us closer together. Every shot gives us an opportunity to defeat COVID-19. Let us play our part and get vaccinated.
All right, and we are back. And Mrs. Entwine, that was a testimonial, I believe, from an individual living with sickle cell disease who has been vaccinated, who is encouraging people not only to get vaccinated, but to know their status as well. But in listening to her, she did mention some things that, you know, it's difficult. It sounds difficult for persons living with the disease, just on a normal day-to-day movements, and of course when they have a crisis, the pain and so on. And she is saying that she did get vaccinated. She didn't have any issues. What are some of the concerns, if anyone really has reached out to the association in terms of getting vaccinated? What are some of the concerns that some of the sicklers have?
Well, the main concern is about blood clotting.
Right.
And what people do not realize and recognize, and what medical science is telling us and has proven, is that the risk of getting blood clots from contraceptives and from any other situation that may arise in one's body is greater. Science has also shown that there has been no case proven who is a sickler who has had a vaccine, whose blood situation has been compromised in any way by the vaccine. So it's a preventative measure, as the young lady rightly told us, and it's to stop you from getting any other things that may happen.
Okay, because I know one of the issues that do occur normally from persons that are diagnosed with the sickle cell disease is lung tissue damage.
Absolutely.
And of course, we know that COVID-19 does affect the lung.
That's right. Absolutely.
It would be nice to know, and it would be nice to get figures internationally of persons who have had the disease and had COVID and how they coped, and if any has survived as a result of getting COVID-19 and so on. That would be information that would be nice to know.
Okay. I am not sure. In fact, we have no evidence that kind of research and those statistics are available. But I guess as more and more researchers and people are collating data under different headings, you might have sickle cell, you might have people who are diabetic, people who are whatever. So that is something that will come, I'm sure. But at this time, that is not available. But what we do know is that looking at sicklers, there is no evidence that anyone has had a blood clot as a result of the vaccine. Now we're going to open the lines just so we can take a few calls. If anyone has a call or a question or a concern that they want to express, the number to call is 440-7377 if you are calling locally. And if you are in the diaspora and you want to give us a call, it's 347-329-3101. You can also send us a message via 440-7377. Even if you are in the diaspora and you have some means or ways of donating or providing some sort of donation or
your support to the Sickle Cell Association. You have the chairperson, president, sitting right here to collect all of the information that you need. In the meantime, Mrs. Entwine, tell us a little bit more about the initiatives that the Sickle Cell Association is involved in.
Okay. In addition to the clinics, and I said we have the 2 children's clinics, and we are working on starting an adult clinic. We have a summer camp for children who are sicklers. It's a day camp, so they are not overnight. We couldn't do it in 2020 because of, obviously, the COVID regulations. We financial donations we would make to people on a case-by-case basis, depending on their status. Up to last night at our meeting, we decided on a donation to one of our adult male sufferers who has just had to have some serious eye surgery. And of course, work and everything is compromised. So we decided to help him out. We've helped children with their examination fees. Those are children who are sicklers and are taking secondary what do you call it? CPA, not CPA, the other one.
CXC.
The CXC exam. Yes, so we've been able to help people with that. Every year we do food hampers for sicklers in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. We go out and do the clinics, and we pay for the testing. All of that has to be done and worked for. And anything else that comes along our path that we feel we can help somebody with, but the counseling, the information, the education, the collaboration with St. George's University, the government of Grenada through the Ministry of Health, and all other bodies, all other organizations involved in chronic diseases, including the Chronic Diseases Commission. We collaborate and we work with them. But our specific focus is sickle cell disease.
Okay.
Because we cannot do it alone.
And for information of persons regarding assistance or needing assistance in the form of donations and so on, how do they reach out to you?
Okay, there's a Facebook page that is updated almost daily, so please check the Facebook page. The phone number for the association, somebody's holding the phone 24 hours a day, it's 438-6399. 438-6399, and our office space is upstairs, Gleen's Garage. Nobody can miss Gleen's Garage. Gleen's Garage on the Kirani James Boulevard, and you can just leave a message there, or drop a note, or send a note, or anything. Or you can send us a note through the post office. Once you put Sickle Cell Association St. George's, it will always get to us.
I'm reading because you just completed your week of sickle cell
Activities.
Awareness, and I'm reading through your page, and I'm noticing here that a fact that I didn't even know, that the first person in the world to be officially identified with the sickle cell disease was a Grenadian.
Absolutely. He was 32 years old when he died. He was from the Noel family, and he was a dental student in the United States. Of course, he kept getting sick throughout his life, but he went on, traveled up, and he was, at various times being unwell. And somebody decided to do some blood tests and stuff and realized that his blood cells were not shaped like everyone else. I'm sure there were other people in the world before who may have had similar conditions, but nobody recognized what was the cause of it. So he is the first officially diagnosed person in the whole world. So from a Grenadian standpoint, from a historic standpoint, it is a very important factor. He's buried in St. Patrick's, and the Sickle Cell Association of Grenada, we've been able to lay plaques on the place where he's buried. So because there are people who are what we would call cemetery historians, they would go around and see things. They travel all over the world to, for those important things. And there is a booth right next door in the Catholic Church where snacks and things are sold. So there's information in there about Walter Clement Noel. In actual fact, he had his father and a sister also died in their 30s. But, of course, their cause of death was not put down as sickle cell because at the time
they
did not know.
Right.
So in hindsight, we are thinking, but we cannot say that because that is not the official cause of death.
That is really important to note. Let's talk about the psychological and emotional support. Does the association provide avenues for that kind of support to be given to the sicklers?
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, that is an important part. That happens a lot in the clinics with children. It happens when parents and teenagers themselves would call the phone number, when they would come in, when they would send us notes, anything. So we give physical help, psychological help, advice, educational support. Anything that is needed is absolutely important. The psychological is especially important when people are trying to make decisions about their reproductive life.
Right. Well, it's been a wonderful conversation. Is there anything else that you want to add to this conversation as we're wrapping it up?
I would like to say to anybody who, would like to be a volunteer or is thinking about it, to please make contact with us or send us a note via the Facebook page. You don't have to know anything about sickle cell. You don't have to have a trait. You don't have to have sickle cell disease. You don't have to have a member of your family that you're aware of, because most of us have a member of our family with 1 in 10 that we may not know of having a trait. So just call us and we can always use your help and your support.
All right. Well, we thank you so much for taking the time to come here today and speak with us, sit with us, to discuss with us the importance of understanding what the sickle cell disease means, why it's important for us to go out there and just go and get tested. Just as you would go and get tested for any of the other things, just it's that important, because you want to make sure that when you are reproducing that you make the right choices, not just for you as the individual, but for the child that you're about to birth into the world. You don't want to bring a child into the world knowing fully well that that child will suffer a bit throughout their lives with the disease, because maybe as far as I understand it, the only thing that we can do is palliative care, giving them medication and so on, and to manage the disease.
Well, at this time, but of course, there are always new things coming along in medicine. And who knows, at some point, maybe a transplant, bone marrow transplant or whatever may be, to removing your spleen, any of those things. But, I mean, remember, there was a time when we didn't even know sickle cell existed.
Yes.
Now we know. There was a time when we would say that people didn't live over 40 or something. Now people are living up to 80s.
Yes.
So we don't know. And as things improve, the quality of life may get better and better.
Yes.
But it's a decision that one wants to make in order to know what the journey will be and how you are to journey with your child or your offspring.
Absolutely. All right, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come and speak with us. Guys, we're going to take a short break, and then, of course, we will be right back.
Okay.
Spreads from person to person through the droplets that are produced when someone coughs or sneezes, which makes it easy to spread between people in close contact. Now let's get prepared to stay healthy.
To reduce your chance of catching or spreading COVID-19, practice these simple everyday preventative measures. Droplets can also land on surfaces, so ensure that you wash your hands frequently for a minimum of 20 seconds or sing the happy birthday song twice. Avoid touching your face, especially your eyes, nose, and mouth. If soap and water are not readily available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with an alcohol content between 60 and 90%. 70% is ideal.
When you cough or sneeze, cover your nose and mouth with a flexed elbow or a tissue. Dispose of the tissue immediately and then wash your hands. If you notice someone has a fever and cough or other symptoms of respiratory illness, avoid close contact when possible. Let's all do our part to ensure that each and every Grenadian remains healthy. Our health is our collective responsibility.
Hi, I am Judd Cadet, President of the new National Party Youth Arm. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of our lives. It has disrupted our education, taking away the personal touch of classroom learning. It has displaced our brothers, sisters, as well as friends economically. And our social lives have been curtailed significantly. The truth is, we want our life back. We want to return to the days where we can hug each other again. We want to return to the days where we can socialize together again. Hence, I want to encourage you to roll up your sleeve and get vaccinated. Every shot brings us closer together. Every shot gives us an opportunity to defeat COVID-19. Let us play our part and get vaccinated.
Hey, are you gonna wear your mask today? You see everywhere you go, there are rules you got to follow, so don't you say COVID-19 will delay. Take the opportunity to save your community. Don't be that guy with a mask on your face if you're heading outside. It's your life, my life, more lives will be taken if we don't try. If you feel any symptoms, call the hotline. Stay inside until you feel fine. 6 feet away every day. Keep COVID-19 far from away. Keep Grenada safe. Be COVID-19 smart.
All right, guys, and we are back coming off the heels of a very informative a conversation surrounding sickle cell anemia and living in a COVID environment, what that means for these individuals, what that means for us as a people in terms of our responsibility, our human responsibility to get vaccinated. And we've always said that here time and time again, that there are people living amongst us who may look healthy, who may look healthier than we do, but we don't know what's going on with them. And I mean, it's person's right to say, you know what, I can keep my health status to myself. And that is why it's important for us to make the healthy ones of us to make the decision to get vaccinated, to protect those persons who are unable to, you know, the children who are unable to get vaccinated and living with this kind of disease. But further from getting vaccinated, it's our responsibility as adults, as parents, as sexually active individuals to ensure that we get tested ourselves to make sure that, you know, when we decide to what's the word? Copulate, I believe is the word. I hope I'm saying it right. That we are not putting our offspring or potential, copulate, that's the word. Yes, we're not putting our potential offspring at risk, because once you decide to have sex, whether you're at an age of consent or not, it still means that you have a responsibility to make the right decisions. As parents as well, it's important for us to make sure that our children are aware of their status. And that's why it's important for us to get tested, to ensure that our children get tested. So you know if you're carrying the trait as an adult or as a child, and you understand the risk of carrying the trait or being involved in an intimate relationship with someone else that carries the trait. And as adults, when we decide that we want to procreate, or even if it's not a decision that we make, but we know that we are involved in sexual activity and we want to make sure that the off chance of us getting pregnant as women, the off chance of us getting pregnant, that we are not bringing a child into the world that not only becomes a burden to us, but to them, it's not fair. If we had only done our due diligence and done the proper thing and checked and make sure that we know our status. You know, before they used to say bedroom talk, used to be nice, soft words. Now we need to change the narrative and start having the conversation that before bedroom talk needs to be, well, do you know your sickle cell status? You know, and that's it. It might sound funny, but it's the truth. You know, it's questions that we don't seem interested in asking before we decide to get involved in these activities, you know, and those of you who maybe just joined and wondering, well, why are we talking just about sex? Guess what? It's the only way that a sickler child can be born is that the both parents who have engaged in sexual activity carry that sickler gene, you know? So you want to know your status way before you even decide to get into that intimate relationship, so that on the off chance that as a woman you decide or you fall pregnant, that you know what your status is and the status of the person that you are sexually active with, so that you know that that child that is being born to you is not going to suffer for the rest of their lives. I mean, we had to be fair, eh? You know, sometimes we put ourselves in situations and then we can complain that, oh, well, the government are helping me, or the health system sucks, or, you know, we put ourselves in certain situations and then we complain. So it's important. Know your status. These days, the conversation of knowing your status is not just about HIV. Before, that used to be the talk of the tongue. Know your status as it relates to HIV. But there are so many things that you have to know your status about. Know your status on if you are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Know your status on if you are carry the sickle cell trait or not. These are things that you must know. These are things that you have to know. It is important. So, guys, I don't want to talk too much longer, but I do have something very interesting to share with you. Someone sent me a document recently speaking about the value of vaccination. And I read it and I thought it was important to share with you because it carries so much information. And it reads, the value of vaccination cannot be overstated. Ever since the discovery of the smallpox vaccine by Edward Jenner in 1796, many lives have been saved through the process of vaccination. This ancient disease, smallpox, killed over 35% of its victims and caused terrible scarring and blindness in its survivors. Vaccines are given to induce antibody formation in the body and give specific protection against the targeted disease. In the absence of protection by vaccination, these diseases can cause high morbidity, mortality, and disability, especially in infancy and early childhood, and also throughout the other stages of life. Many of our older folks can recall the menace which plagued our country several years ago, when people suffered the debilitating effects and death as a result of diseases such as polio and smallpox. These diseases are no longer affecting our communities today, thanks to the introduction of vaccines which protect us against them. The world is now celebrating 4 decades since the eradication of smallpox. In Grenada, vaccines are available for the prevention of 11 communicable diseases in our public sector, and this has strongly influenced the reduction of our health cost. The last case of polio in Grenada was recorded in 1955. There have been no causes of diphtheria, whooping cough, measles, or cases of diphtheria, whooping cough, measles, or neonatal tetanus for about 3 decades. The last case of measles was recorded in the 1990s. The last 2 cases of tetanus in adults were recorded in 2007. Among the farming community, which has seen a drastic reduction since the tetanus vaccine was introduced. Rubella and congenital rubella syndrome, which once took a toll on the health of women and infants, are no longer with us. Over the years, we have had high vaccination coverage in our childhood population, and this is as a result of the dedicated and committed efforts of our community nurses in particular and our 4 pediatricians. Our efforts were rewarded in 2015 when we received the coveted Challenge Henry Smith Award for the highest vaccination coverage in the region. Several persons today are hesitant to receive vaccines, but they are not witnessing the damaging effects of the diseases which can be prevented by vaccination. However, despite opposition to vaccination by some groups, some interest groups, the record shows that vaccines cannot be continue to prevent death from over 21 communicable diseases. There are constant news of outbreaks of disease around the world and re-emergence of others that were once eliminated. Consequently, we need to be on our guard in ensuring that our population is protected against disease at all times. This is a lovely piece that touched my heart, but also provided so much information, valuable information at that. You know, we are guarded, or our children are vaccinated against 11 communicable diseases. And as this rightfully said, we, especially here in Grenada, sometimes we talk about not getting vaccinated and we talk about vaccines as if it was, something that was designed just to kill us. But we have not seen the effects. We are yet to see the effects of dealing with some of the outbreaks of these communicable diseases because our children have been vaccinated. You know, we bring our children in the health center when they're born, and then they get vaccinated. We don't even ask what they're vaccinated against. We never go online and we ain't doing no research to find out when it was made, how it was made, what are the side effects. All we know is that we had to buy a little Panadol before and get them a little Panadol after and prepare for a little fever and a little irritability. That is what we know. But because COVID-19 has been in the international sight for so long, because it's a pandemic, because everyone is dealing with it, so much information has been put out in the media. And of course, in them times or before, we didn't really have the media at this kind of level where you could go on social media and just anybody can post just about anything. We didn't have so much irresponsibility in media, social or otherwise. So we have to be careful and we have to know the information that we are sharing, the information that we are getting, and the information that we are spreading. We have a caller on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How you feeling, Miss Jacob?
I got kind of a thing in and you go hardly able to hear me go. I have to talk and then to catch up my breath and talk again.
I know, because you haven't been well.
Hospital?
Yes.
So heard that? Huh?
Yes, I heard. And I was going to, I'm glad you called because I was going to come by and look for you today. I only heard that you were in hospital yesterday.
Okay.
When were you released?
Huh?
When were you released from hospital?
I was in hospital. I went down Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Evening, I think evening about 2 o'clock they bring me down.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how I come to go?
Mm-hmm.
My cousin, cousin, oh God, auntie, a lady, as my auntie, I just call her auntie, but she's not my real auntie, we just call her another auntie. She said no. She said, Miss Jacob, I don't live in you, no. So what she do, she called the nurse. Oh, they call the nurse. Nurse, can't come in with the name and the name slip off my mouth again. So she said no. The nurse say, no, the nurse come up and no going to look for Juliet, she get Judy. And Judy come and then call say, Because the nurse telling Judy, send for the ambulance. And then the same time, I don't live in far from my cousin. My cousin living on top the hill, and I living below the road. So he said, no. So the girl that staying the downstairs of his house, she have a vehicle. So he asked her, he said, you know how it is? She said, She had a child, she did dressing the child. She finished dressing the child in the car. I could put on the clothes. I only had the pants and the pants and things. So in the car now we put on a little short and the pants. So there we go. We don't waiting for no ambulance. Miss Jacob go dying with hand. Girl, I couldn't breathe good. Taking long to breathe. Papa, when the nurse when he reached down, he had a lot of people inside there. One of them say, we don't live in Miss Jacob. Send Miss Jacob in. And he have another lady inside. She said, no, let Miss Jacob go attend to Miss Jacob to hold that lady day. That lady could have time die on the day before she reached in the water, no? I say, Lord Jesus Christ. Well, they give me a drips from down there one time. They give me a drips. They give me the drips and then they put two needles. They put the injection in the needle. You know what they do? The drips.
Yeah.
And then they have a piece of needle hanging down. Well, they put two of that and they bring me upstairs. Girl, I couldn't breathe good. As you see how I go in there, well, I'm going good. No, they say the doctor tell me I have inflammation in my lungs. I have one to my heart. And then I have a lump on my stomach. Why? I tell you. Tetanus, not tetanus injection, what they call it? I can't remember the name of it. The name of the thing. And they give me, I get 6. For the 4 days, I get 6. I get 2 Saturday. I get 2 Sunday. I get 2 Monday. And when I'm coming out, oh God, the last one could have killed me. Girl, when they give me that, they put it in. And when the thing going up in the finger, about oh God, no, I can't take it.
Oh no.
You have to take it, you have to take it. And then they come on my right hand, looking for the vein. They can't get the vein, they juke the needle, they juke the one, especially the one on my right hand. They say no. When they juke it, girl, a ball, they get the vein. The doctor and them say, no, say, Miss Jacob, you're really, your bill strong. And I tell some of them, I was a full Red Cross member. I know what to do, how to do. You see this saffron powder and the ginger? Drink it in warm water. If you drink it today, because you know today Wednesday, you drink some again next Wednesday, every 8 days. You drink the saffron powder and the ginger. That is very good. And you know what I does use again in the morning? You see this sweetie? I does take 2 sweetie. When 6 o'clock in the morning, I does drink that. And I does drink You know the herbs.
Mm-hmm.
I have it. The ganja. I'm afraid to say it.
Miss Jacob.
I'm afraid. No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Who want to come at me that the business? I don't smoke it.
You drink it as a tea.
Yes. I put in piece of that with some rosemary.
Mm-hmm.
I dry it and I drink it. That is powerful.
Okay.
Saturday, Monday morning when I get up,
Mm-hmm.
I start to jump on the bed, give them, you know.
Hey.
What?
So they send you home?
The amount of waste I give them on the bed. They said, be fine, send me home. The doctor say, yes, Miss Jacob.
So when did they release you, Miss Jacob?
They released me yesterday.
Okay. And you feel better than when you went in?
Yes.
Well, we thank God for that.
And you know what? I don't want to talk that on the air. I could we go talk.
We'll talk after.
The program.
Yes,
Call
no
me
problem.
Back.
I will. So
call me back.
Right.
Again.
So
with
go and
nice
rest.
Lady you have by your side. Is she there by you still?
No, she gone already.
Already. But you call me back.
I will. But you go.
Sweetheart?
Yes, you go and rest.
Right, sweetheart. Love
all
you.
right.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Right.
Listen, when I get to Miss Jacob's age, I want to have as much energy as Miss Jacob has it. We have another caller on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Duncan.
Hi, good morning, Miss Cammie. How are you?
How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm good.
We're getting a lot of rain today.
Yes, we are.
Oh, that is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Duncan,
Mm-hmm.
we had a lovely, they had Mr. David and them had a lovely song hall meeting yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
In the park, and he was very successful on education about the vaccine, and we want to encourage people to take the vaccine,
right?
So we will have a little more freedom.
Yep.
Some is big people, they don't want to take it, you can't force them.
Right.
So I take the boat.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
So I don't know, advising some people that their own mind, if you only want good for yourself and all your children. So take it. It's up to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because look at that. We can't even get that tourist boat coming in here. Mm-hmm. Everybody talking about the cricket. They can't go in the cricket. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's not the Prime Minister thing as this. Everything is about the Prime Minister. You are advising people to take the vaccine. Take it.
Yeah.
You know, how about them playing politics with that vaccine? Miss Duncan, I remember there was a time they said for my daughter to go into school, you had to bring them to get a vaccine.
Yes.
We never questioned that.
True.
You know what? Yes. I taken pressure tablets. I never questioned what they're making that with.
Yeah.
And the Voltaren for pain.
Yeah.
I never questioned. I just take it and I ease up.
Yeah.
You understand? So I advise Grenadians to take it. If you don't want to take it, that is your problem. That's your right.
Mm-hmm.
And next thing, Ms. Duncan, I would like that to invite that man from Sates that Mr. Anthony was to get, the caretaker.
Yes.
I will ask you to invite him on your program, that the Grenadian people will get to know a little more of him.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
I would like you to invite that man so that a lot of people that don't know him and the Grenadian people could get to know about that man. For me, please, we cannot afford to lose that election. We have to win big.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. Right?
You will.
And you have some people that don't appreciate the things that this government is doing for Grenada.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Duncan needs to take a look and you go up Busheju, where we live in there, and you go up on the hill and you look at these beautiful apartments, Ms. Duncan.
Yeah.
Nice houses,
yeah.
Nice apartments. They're planting grass in the road there. Lovely place. And people have nothing good to say. Even if you don't like the government, you don't support the NNP government, but you're a Grenadian, and they're doing things Oh God, my God, all you say what they're doing now. They can do everything. They can give everybody work. They can fix all the roads in Grenada. They can do everything, my God. How about the patient people? What's that going on in the world? Look at one of them says, one of the leaders telling people, if you don't take the vaccine, he will jail you. They don't tell you they will jail you in Grenada, you know. They're begging you to take it. Watch. Look at school. How much you are not passed. Congratulations to all the children.
Yeah.
And I know the government is going to give a lot of parents that can afford to buy books. They will get some books for the children. They will get uniform. Or you'll be grateful the day we hear that Prime Minister, Dr. Kit Mitchell, a lot of us are going to, if we know.
You know.
All you hate him, man. Don't hate nobody. Pray for him. Where he's weak has got to make him stronger. Where he can't see me has got to give him light. Pray for each other. And as you say, with a Christian nation, everything is a hatred. People passing here, they're cursing me. They're telling me all things about the man. What the man, mother, is 90-something years. What that lady had to do with that? I was cursing the man, mother. The police doesn't they wrong.
But don't bother with them, Miss Cammy. Don't let them steal you. Don't let them steal your joy.
I'm feeling so I have to answer from all you. All you have to stop that. We need each other in this country. Yeah. We need each other. Stop this kind of thing.
Yeah.
All you getting angry. Is that you have to tell me about me so food? And I'm begging. And I'm hungry. I have a beautiful home, Grenadians. I have a beautiful home. And I'm doing a little business. Miss Duncan, I'm on the ground here helping everybody.
Yeah.
I helping people. People that come with things that say, Miss Scott, White House, come and tell that give them. I tell them and give them the money.
Yeah.
One of these days I went there wrong here. And I will call my name. I will call Miss Cammy name. Have a good day, you need that.
All right. Well, Miss Cammy, you have a wonderful day, huh?
And I beg you to invite that man.
I will.
In Hotel.
Yeah.
We need to know more. We need to engage more with him. Let people know him.
Yeah.
All right. Have a blessed day.
You as well. All right, guys, and it is at this time we have come to the end of our program for today. As we say here every day, in whatever you say and whatever you do, be safe, be secure. We always want to be talking with you, but we do not ever want to be talking about you. So please do enjoy the remainder of your day. It has been a pleasure, guys. Have a wonderful day.
In Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique is required under the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Number 4 Regulations, Section 2.4a(b), to wear a mask or suitable covering over their nose and mouth whenever they leave their home, attempt to enter, or is in line to enter a place of business, government offices, and while in a motor vehicle with any other person.
COVID-19 spreads from person to person through the droplets that are produced when someone coughs or sneezes, which makes it easy to spread between people in close contact. Now let's get prepared to stay healthy.
To reduce your chance of catching or spreading COVID-19, practice these simple everyday preventative measures. Droplets can also land on surfaces, so ensure that you wash your hands frequently for a minimum of 20 seconds or sing the happy birthday song twice. Avoid touching your face, especially your eyes, nose, and mouth. If soap and water are not readily available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer with an alcohol content between 60 and 90%. 70% is ideal.
When you cough or sneeze, cover your nose and mouth with a flexed elbow or a tissue. Dispose of the tissue immediately and then wash your hands. If you notice notice someone has a fever and cough or other symptoms of respiratory illness, avoid close contact when possible. Let's all do our part to ensure that each and every Grenadian remains healthy. Our health is our collective responsibility.
Hi, my name is Roland Bola, the General Secretary of the new National Party. Let me ask, do you sometimes feel the desire to return to the days of old? The days when we could have gathered, have some cook-up, community activities, sporting activities? We can. Yes, we can. Even though we're still threatened and are hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic. First, we need to get vaccinated. I have gotten my 2 doses. You must get yours. And together, we can get back to the days of old. Together, we can have fun again. Get vaxxed. It is our best.
Hi, I am Judd Cadet, President of the new National Party Youth Arm. Hi, I am Judd Cadet, President of the new National Party Youth Arm. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of our lives. It has disrupted our education, taken away the personal touch of classroom learning. It has displaced our brothers, sisters, as well as friends economically, and our social lives have been curtailed significantly. The truth is, we want our life back. We want to return to the days where we can hug each other again. We want to return to the days where we can socialize together again. Hence, I want to encourage you to roll up your sleeve and get vaccinated. Every shot brings us closer together. Every shot gives us an opportunity to defeat COVID-19. Let us play our part.
Hey, are you gonna wear your mask today? You see everywhere you go, there are rules you got to follow, so don't you say COVID-19 will delay. Take the opportunity to save your community. Don't be that guy, put a mask on your face if you're heading outside. It's your life, my life, more lives we'll be taking if we don't try. If you feel any symptoms, call the hotline. Stay inside until you feel fine. 6 feet away every day. Keep COVID-19 far from away. Keep Grenada safe. Be COVID-19 smart.
Grenada hosts T20 matches under strict guidelines. We'll have details to this story and more in the national report. With the details to the news for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, I am Chrisanne Mitchell. Grenada has implemented a biosecure bubble in keeping with international COVID-19 security regulations to ensure the full protection of cricketers for the T20 matches between the West Indies and South Africa. The first of the 5 T20 matches will be played at the National Stadium on Saturday, June 26th. The matches are a part of the South African tour of the West Indies and were originally scheduled for Trinidad and Tobago, but due to the rising number of COVID cases there, they were moved to Grenada. During the weekly post-cabinet press briefing on Tuesday, Minister for Sports, Culture and the Arts, Fisheries and Cooperatives, Honorable Yolande Bain-Hosford, said Grenada is in constant communication with Cricket West Indies, CWI, to ensure that all protocols agreed to are met to ensure the safety of the players and also to ensure the games are successful. She said the games will give Grenada a much-needed economic boost at this time.
As a host country, we will have the opportunity to promote the island to millions of cricket viewers worldwide and share in the benefits of hosting international matches. Grenada will be able and will be looked at for hosting other games and larger games, bigger games, etc. So it's a good testing moment for us. And not only for that, for holiday makers, people who are planning and thinking of coming to Grenada, even business people, persons who want to get into businesses in Grenada, they will see that Grenada has a track record of, shaping things, safety, and things, that kind of discipline. So I think we are well geared up for future, good things to happen in Grenada.
Grenada, over the next few days, will be placed under the microscope as other host countries observe to model their upcoming games. Chairperson of the National Organizing Committee, Troy Garvey, says the biosecure bubble will ensure the safety of the players from the time of arrival and throughout the games.
That is, the players from arrival, they must be kept in a sterile environment and cannot engage and interact with persons. Certain levels of COVID testing must be done as stipulated for the duration of their stay. And it's quite challenging. It's challenging for the hotel. It's challenging for the officials at the stadium because it's something that we're seeing for the very first time. It's not business as usual. Walk, purchase a ticket, get inside, we have fun, we wave our flags, and we carry on. It's not. What is also unique about this is that it's being done for the very first time in Grenada, and the rest of the region is looking at us quite closely, what we do, how we do it, why we're doing it. And right behind the South African tour, the Australians are coming. So the Australians are also looking very closely at the performance of Cricket West Indies in delivering these health protocols.
Tickets are now on sale at $50 per game. Packages are also available for all the matches. Garvey says the T20 matches will be held under strict regulations, no alcohol will be allowed in the stadium, and only fully vaccinated persons will be permitted to enter. In addition, no tickets will be sold to any individual under 18 years.
We will not be using the party and the posse stands. We are only using the upper level of our seating bowl. We are only able to accept persons who are fully vaccinated as spectators. You will have to show proof of 2 shots here in Grenada, or persons who are coming into the country, persons who are fully vaccinated. Your name will be placed on the ticket, it will be stamped, and you are the only person that can use that ticket for entry. For example, if I purchase a ticket and I cannot attend the game on Saturday, I cannot call my brother or my sister and say, here, look at a ticket. That's not possible.
The matches are scheduled for June 26th, 27th, 29th, and July 1st and 3rd at the Grenada National Stadium. Grenada has joined its OECS neighbors to launch the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court e-litigation portal, which is expected to transform the operation of courts in the country. The online platform was launched at the Radisson Beach Resort on Tuesday. Legal Affairs Minister Honorable Kindra Maturin-Stewart says manual and paper-based filing will soon be a thing of the past for Grenada. The portal, she said, forms part of government strategic plans to establish eco-friendly practices.
Grenada's acceptance of the portal is indeed a milestone event. Prior to today, Grenada has been operating a paper-based system wherein manual filings were done through in-person attendance at the court office. Now, with the reception of the portal, Grenada transitions from a long-lived paper-producing system into an electronic platform that can be accessed from any locality. Indisputably, this furthers the commitment or mandate of the government of Grenada to promote eco-friendly practices and enhance its efficiency and effectiveness in the administration of justice.
There are several benefits to be derived from the government's decision to transform the legal system. Minister Maturin Stewart says there will be continuity of record keeping even following disasters, and there will be real-time access to data, among others.
The portal will ease the burdens usually associated with manual filings for all persons interfacing with it. For the legal practitioner and the litigant, the portal offers real-time, accurate, time-stamped filing by digital means with verification prompts, ease of filing from any location point, eliminating the cost associated with physical trips to the court office, a ready-made database and compilation of filings, virtually instant access to full case history, notifications from or by the system of different aspects of the cases. With respect to judicial officers and the court office, they will now enjoy ease of viewing all case filings, whether by large or small volumes, in a well-organized system for filing, which lends to quicker disposal of cases.
Chief Justice Her Ladyship, the Honorable Janice Pereira, says the Cumberstone justice process, as we once knew it, will be improved in each member state.
The portal has been critical to the continued administration of justice and indeed the workflow of legal practitioners, despite the many challenges faced over the last year. Furthermore, the portal will contribute towards increasing the transparency of court services, as well as access to the court by litigants. The experience of lost or misplaced files or documents becomes a thing of the past. Of significance also is the cost savings to the court and other stakeholders alike. The days of legal practitioners printing and binding voluminous bundles should be over.
This is the National Report. The news will continue after the break.
The house was shaking. Then suddenly saw we hear bang, crack, and the roof had gone.
Man, I was so scared, I nearly wet myself.
Only those who have lived it can truly understand the devastating fury of a hurricane's wind.
The house across the road just get up and roll over.
Hurricane force wind. It's a hazard. Hazards. Take control. Reduce your loss. You can hurricane-proof your home. For example, make your roof more wind-resistant by using screws instead of nails in its construction. Find out more about hurricane force winds and other hazards at your local disaster office.
A message from the National Disaster Management Agency and SEDERA.
Welcome back. Minor changes have been made to the previous transfer request process for students who are successful in the Caribbean Primary Exit Assessment and wish to enroll in another institution. The Ministry of Education, Human Resource Development, Religious Affairs and Information says parents now have to contact the desired school via telephone or email to obtain an online link to access the transfer form. The ministry also emphasized that once schools have been filled, transfers will not be accommodated. Michelle George, Deputy Chief Education Officer with responsibility for the exams unit, explained the process to be followed during the weekly post-cabinet press briefing on Tuesday.
The secondary schools, if you're interested in a transfer, please, parents, ensure that you contact the secondary school, not physical contact now. right? So you can send them an email, you can call them, all right? And they will provide you with a link to the transfer form, right? So that link is what you're going to use. It's electronic to apply for a transfer. Do not come to the Ministry of Education because we will not be able to assist you with that. Do not go to the schools either, to the secondary schools. However, that link that they will provide you with, you can use it to access the transfer form electronically. Now, please note, you have 5 days after the publication of the results to submit your transfer form. So the results were released yesterday. It means that you have up to June 28th that's a deadline for the submission of the electronic transfer form, right? Now, persons I know have started to use the link that we had last time, last year. So you can also go on weboffice.gd also, if you were using it from last time. But we prefer if you use a link from the schools because it will be easily accessible by the schools themselves.
After the necessary steps have been completed, schools will then make a decision, after which the list will be sent to the Ministry of Education for final approval.
The school has 2 weeks after the publication of the results from yesterday. So we have 2 weeks now, the schools, to submit that to the Ministry of Education. And once it is submitted to the Ministry of Education, then the ministry will just give the final approval for that transfer information that was sent to the ministry. All right? And persons will thereafter be notified through the secondary school.
That story just ended the national report for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. Recapping the top story, Grenada hosts T20 matches under strict guidelines. On behalf of the entire news team, I am Chrisanne Mitchell saying thank you for joining us. Until next time.